Recording in progress.
Good evening. I would like to call this special meeting of the Recreation, Parks, and Music Commission to order. It is February 28th. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, can you please take roll?
Mary Ann Berticelli, Cody Chisholm, Stacy Earle,
Here.
Kay Greenspan,
Here.
Megan Kelly,
Here.
Hannah Rosa Simmons,
Here.
Karen Now.
Here. Thank you. First, we will have general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. Clerk, do we have any online public comments?
We did receive one general public comment and one public comment for item 3.
Great, thank you. I'd like to, we are acknowledging that. Do we have any public comments from our guest? No? Okay, thank you. So moving on to item number 1. This is going to be an Adopt a Park update, program update. We're going to receive a presentation on the city's current Adopt a Park volunteer program and review opportunities to improve participation, coordination, equity, and efficiency by transitioning towards an organized event-driven program. And Cindy is going to take us away.
Thank you, Chair. So tonight I'm bringing to you a brief slideshow on our current Adopt a Park program and looking for feedback from the commissioners and the public. So I'm just going to go through our slides and, look forward to sharing with you where we're at and where we're hoping to go. So I'm calling it Adopt a Park number 1 because that's the program that was in place historically. But one of the areas of feedback I will ask is that, do we want to revamp in a new name to the program? So it's just it's Adopt a Park because that's just what it is currently. So overall, it's park volunteer opportunities, right? That's what we're looking at, allowing for opportunities, events, items that the community can really kind of take a part in our parks. And the question of why, it's because our community really cares. We're really fortunate here in Petaluma. People are really engaged. The community wants to help out. The community wants to be in our spaces. They ask all the time. I get, questions from individuals, from neighborhood groups, from service groups, Little League, PGSA, all these groups always want to say, hey, what can we do? How can we help in our parks? So we want to create opportunities for them. Some historical background. So the current program, or a version of it, dates back to about 2008. It's called the Adopt a Park program. And the intent of that program came to be to have neighborhood groups that, because most of our parks are 48 parks are in neighborhoods, right? We have some community, bigger parks like McNear or Lucchese, obviously. But then we have a lot of parks in our neighborhoods, right? You guys are each, you have a subsection of parks that you go through. And at that time, it was intended that the neighborhoods can take kind of maybe some ownership of their park. And you have this program where the neighbors would come together, you'd create a group, and you'd come and you'd sign this letter of intent, and there's things that you would do. And then annually, if you kind of did these activities, in your name of your neighborhood group would go up in a plaque somewhere in the park. And that's how that Adopt a Park program was created and was ran. I'll tell you I wasn't here obviously in 2008, but from speaking to staff and what I can see, that it was a really hard program to run the way that it was set up. I think the idea of it was really great, but it just didn't work out for us. And at the time, I just kind of want to give you some historical information, like kind of like the booklet that was put out at that time for the Adopt a Park program. This is what it looked like. Obviously, you can see how it was broken down. It tells you who to reach out to. And what the intent of it was. But this was the letter. So when you really formed your neighborhood group and you get a group together, this is what it was, kind of like your agreement, right? With the city saying, hey, this is our group, this is what we're going to do. And it was also what the Parks and Rec department said that we're going to support you with. So it was that kind of mutual agreement there. So obviously, it doesn't exist in that way that it did 2008 through 2011. And some of the challenges, that program faced is that it seemed to be that there were certain parks that got people who wanted to support them and come work in them every year and, kind of improve them. And then some parks got completely ignored. And there was maybe from, through conversations, what I found out is that from, the park side, we didn't do a prioritization of needs and kind of put that out to the general public to say, hey, we need help in these areas in the parks, and allowing people to, say, hey, okay, we've got a group, we'd love to help with this. Instead, I think groups approach, so it was more of a community-driven request as opposed to a joint kind of effort. And there wasn't at that time, and we're talking about 2008, so things in the internet were maybe a little bit different back then. We didn't have quite the push we did in the digital space. So the promotion of Adopt a Park was, here's the flyer, we've shared the info, if people kind of knew about it and called in and had questions. Year to year, there was a lot of volunteer turnover. So you may have had a really engaged group one year that says, okay, we've got a group, we're doing this, and the next year, maybe they moved, or maybe life happened, or maybe just they didn't have time. So you had a lot of turnover. And then, we went through the whole thing where we lost a lot of staff. So it got really hard for the staff to support, singular events and trying to create kind of programs on a one-off. And budget also got reduced, right? So it was just a mix of things. It was, I think maybe the program, we tried it, it didn't work in the way that it did. It took a lot of staff support, and the community maybe just became disinterested in the way the program was running. So it was a lot of things that happened why it didn't flourish the way that they had hoped. So the current program, as it sits now, it's more of a one-off basis, right? And primarily you'll see this in the springtime. I get a lot of requests from faith-based organizations. The Petaluma Mommies group always tends to reach out. You've got GWA, Garden Club. You've just got a group of people that we always know at a certain time you're going to start getting phone calls, say, hey, what can we do? What can we do in your parks? And outside of that, we'll get, requests from Eagle Scouts that want to do projects in parks, Girl Scouts, and then we were creating all these really one-off scenarios and trying to help and support. And sometimes it's great. Like the Girl Scouts put up doggy poop bags, and that was kind of their thing, and we're able to support that. But then Petaluma High School had a group where they wanted to mulch McNair Park, and, we've got my staff there on overtime, and we're there, and none of the students show up, so we're moving 100 yards of mulch that we put in the parking spots because, we've got to move it, right? So when we got it done, but, it's saying, so we need something that's a little bit more consistent, and not just for, I think, the community, but for our staff, so that we have a successful program, right? That's really the intent of this, is we want people to be engaged. We want you to come back every year and say, hey, I did that, and that was easy. I want to come back because that was really easy to help with. And, I think the why now, I think, number one, I get a lot of requests. I think, not just from community members, but council members have asked me, commissioners in the past have asked me. People want to know, how can they volunteer? Like, Cindy, how can I do, what can I do? What do you have that's set up? And I think the crux of all is that our community just really cares. They care about, they want our spaces to be beautiful and useful. And I don't think that maybe it would have been different a few years ago, but the pandemic more so, I think, pushed our parks at the forefront of everybody's lives. We've always had groups that use our parks. We have people that walk through them. But really, the pandemic kind of made it where people went, oh, this is our space. Like, it's a really like a space of, refuge. It's a space that we can, go and enjoy. And it really became, I think, more important, which is really gratifying to, of course, parks and recreation professionals, right? We're like, yes, I'm like, use our parks, we love it. But I think the other thing, what I would tell you is that the why now is that we have a lot of groups that come forward, and they do have specific parks that they have an affinity to. So we want to create a process and opportunities for volunteerism in all of our parks and be more equitable at how we look at it as a program. What are the overall needs, and maybe allowing for volunteer opportunities in some of the parks that just haven't seen a lot of that, and allowing those neighborhoods to come out and providing them the mechanism in order to say, yes, we want to come out this weekend, especially if you give enough notice. There are some things that are just really easy, right? If you put out there and you want to bring your kids and pick up trash one Saturday and you did a park cleanup, right? It's really a mechanism also to teach that we give back to our communities, to our youth. So there's just a lot. And one of the other things I say, I call it opening the door, like I have on the slide, but it's funny because, I don't really open the door to the park, but opening the door to, I think, understanding parks maintenance a little bit more too, and allowing the public and the community to take more of a role in the things that we do every day and understand it, and maybe the changes and the challenges that we face. And in real time, just understanding what we're doing. Like right now, we're going through a process, which I'm sure I will bring, or Drew and I will bring to you, moving and doing a pilot program of organic turf management, what that looks like, what the staff is handling, how does that look like, what does that feel like in our parks, and what the change is, and it's gradual. But, kind of link people into that process a little bit, right? More than just something that we do, and then people are like, oh, okay, you did it. You're part of it, right? So that'll be really nice. So that's the why. So what does it look like? Not sure yet, right? If I'm being honest, we're trying to figure that part out, like what makes the most sense. So is it something we do annually? Is it biannual? Is it quarterly? Maybe we just start with one event so we can get some feedback to see how it works, what the public thinks, and so that we can maybe build off of that. One other thing is wrangling volunteers is really hard. I'll be honest with you, it's probably one of the biggest things, especially when you have a program that you want to grow on and you want to sustain. So making sure the process is really easy for people. And I think most people, if you can have an online sign up, which we do through our Civic Rec program, we could do that really easily. So, having that process really easy, and getting the word out, how do we do it? RMPC is one place we'd bring it. Community updates, another good tool that we have in the city now that we didn't have in the past. Obviously social media posts, word of mouth, but really, kind of trying to figure out how do we promote the program so that people know about it and know when events are happening and how they sign up. So what I'm here today is just, I wanted to bring this forward to the commissioners and say, we really want to look at this. We want to bring a program back. We want a real program, right? Not just like this one-off. And I'm looking for feedback. Number one, program name. Adopt a Park is Adopt a Park. I know that it's something that's pretty standard across, any municipality. You'll hear adopt a something. But maybe there's something more fun than that. I've thrown around some names in my head. I'm like, Petaluma Parks Cares, or, something. I'm trying to figure out something that when people hear it, they know it. It's something that's catchy. But if you guys have any suggestions, if you're at home next week or you're walking through one of your parks and something comes to you, please email me. How frequent the event should be, that's a big question right now. I don't know. So if you guys have any, feedback, not just from yourself, but anybody in the community, you've heard things, please, we'd really want to figure out how often is enough, how often would be too much. You want to find that right balance. And how's the best way to get the word out? You're out there, you're with, the community. So tell me, how best do you get your information? Where would you want to see this? How does it get shared? And then outside of that, what elements would the program include? There's things I can sit here, I can talk to my staff and we create, we can say, oh, mulching's easy, we can support that. But is there something that you've heard that, or you would want to do in your parks that you want to have some ownership of? What does that look like? We want all of this because we want to really build a strong program that somebody after I'm gone doesn't come back and say, well, back in 2024, there's this program and they tried it and it didn't work out. Right? We really want something that can morph and grow and be here long term. So feedback is really, really appreciated. And like I said, you can reach out, you can email me if you want. You know how to get a hold of me, but thank you for letting me have a few minutes today in the meeting. But I'm really excited about it, to get something up off the ground. And just to give you maybe a personal anecdote, Relief, who I've been working with quite a bit, we know it's really hard to put on these events and get volunteers out and sustain that. So we're trying to make sure that whatever we do is something that really suits the needs of our community, but also allows them a mechanism to really be a part of their parks in a different way than just coming to, use the playground or walk through it or passively, just sit in it. And we're really want you to have some ownership of it. That's all I got. Any feedback from the commission? Questions?
Okay, I'll go. Wow, that was really loud. Sorry about that. I'll go one by one. Commissioner Greenspan.
Thank you. I'm sure you could have guessed I'm really excited about this. Before I was on the commission, I did a park cleanup at Kenilworth, and I found a group of parents some parents that I knew, some parents that I found, on social media, putting the word out that just wanted to clean up trash, pull weeds, inspect playground equipment to make sure that it was safe, see if there's anything, splinters, things, just little things, and mostly gathering in community and teaching our children about stewardship, like you were saying, giving back to our community in this way. So just really excited about this program. You're right, it is a big challenge to figure out what the easiest way, or not the easiest, but the most effective way is to get people there. People, the organization and the logistics, that's something that people don't really want to figure out themselves, especially, if it's not really their job or their hobby. It's just something that they want to contribute to once in a while. So I feel like if you have the where and the when and a call to action, if everything is kind of figured out, then I think that is really helpful. But how do we get to that point? Is it we have captains that it's just, I see the logistical challenges that you're talking about, and it is going to be, something to sort through, but I'm excited about it. And I'm also wondering if there's opportunity for private businesses to sponsor parks and, add to that bucket, that pool of money for this, budget for this project. Just the recognition, you mentioned a name plaque. I'm just thinking if there are businesses in Petaluma, there are a lot of really community-minded businesses. So maybe having a sponsored by whatever business plaque at that park, and then maybe some of that money can go towards those logistics and figuring out all of those different challenges that we have. That was just an idea that I think there are plenty of businesses that would be interested in doing that. So just thinking about that in schools as well. I'm not sure there are so many school sites that are either adjacent or really close by to parks. Is that something do you get a lot of school groups that are interested? Or I know that Relief has been doing a lot of projects with schools, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, we haven't had so many schools reach out to us, but there is synergy with what Relief is doing. So I can definitely ask and see if there's opportunities, because I do know at McDowell School, they were very excited to bring their kids out on the weekend to show them what's going on, and maybe it could be family events. So yeah, there could be synergy with all the school districts, right? We can see what we can do. It's a good idea. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and then let's see. I think that I have so many thoughts on this, so I'll just email you separately, but thank you for bringing this to us. I'm really excited.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I actually did something out of order. Does anyone have any clarifying questions on this? Hannah.
So you mentioned that, this program started in 2008 and then, staff was lost and budget was cut. What has changed?
Well, we've gotten more acreage in parks. We've gotten a few more staff, and you've got me.
Okay.
Right? So those are some changes.
No, but I'm saying if those were the issues, I love the idea. I think, it's something I've been asking for a long time, but you guys just got the fairgrounds. You guys, staff hasn't increased that much. Budget hasn't increased that much.
I think one of the things is that if we can make the events right, that's why I say it's really important. I think in the beginning, maybe we're not going to start with, maybe 4 or 5, whatever events we're envisioning it to be a year. Maybe it starts off with 1 the first year to see how it flies and what kind of funding or what we need to support it. So we have a better idea of, okay, if this is what we're going to do, then this is what we need. But I think, like Commissioner Greenspan said, I didn't think about, but can we get business sponsorship at all to maybe run these? I'm kind of like, well, yeah, I think so. There's definitely businesses in our community that maybe sponsor a park cleanup day or a park volunteer day. But there's always going to be bandwidth issues, right? At least as we're currently staffed. I hear you and I understand it and I live it and feel it every day. But I also do know that, the staff, they like being able to provide opportunities. I think last year one of my staff was like, oh, I was like, do we have a group? And we had a group that was thinking about it to paint the tables at McNair. They're like, oh, we'll get it all prepped for them, power wash so they can come do it, and we'll get them the paint. So there's also, I think, a desire from the staff wanting to provide opportunities. And I want to be able to give them that connection to the community in a different way than just doing the maintenance. So it's really twofold.
Yeah.
Right. So it is a challenge, but that's why we're going to start here. We're going to keep growing it in a sustainable program. That's important.
I'm going to jump in here too. Thank you, Cindy, for the presentation. I really appreciate that question too, because, when we go out and really celebrate the fact that we're going to put energy and resources into a revitalized program, the one thing that's really changed is our goals, our objectives. If you look back at that time period from 08 to 012, 13, the objectives were, what you saw here was we were trying to supplement park maintenance. We're in a different world now where we've kind of have a really heightened active group that have exercise new muscles through things like Relief and Cool Block and a lot of these really kind of community groups that all of you spend time with. So where do we put that energy? So our goals here aren't now to supplement so much of park maintenance. It's more of like, how do we spread out those energies, be strategic and intentional with trying to highlight some of these neighborhood parks that we feel, deserve their day. And we know we're going to get the volunteer requests that come in. They're starting to come in now, but typically it's related to the weather and Earth Day. Those are like these little things that come up in our minds. We got to plan something in a park, and now we get the requests or the scouts projects that have their badge they need. And we usually get them so much in this intense period of time. What if we looked at something different and tried to spread that out? And now we're trying to kind of drive it and bring people on board. So long-winded way of answering the questions. I think the biggest thing has changed is perhaps our goals from the beginning. But then how do we help tell that story to make it successful from the beginning and not ignore the lessons learned, that we know we're never going to have the staffing that we want. We know we're never going to have the resources, but you kind of embrace that. Yeah.
Any other clarifying questions? No? Okay, now I'll go into some comments. Do you have any more, Commissioner Greenspan? No? Any comments? Yes. Oh my goodness. It's like my brain. I know what it is. It's because there isn't anything that we're voting on that I'm not asking about public comment. Do we have any public comment for this? No? Maybe. Is it okay? Come on up. Yes.
I was hoping you would.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jack Rhodes. I live in the Southgate neighborhood, and as staff here knows, and Karen knows, and Patrick knows, we formed a group last year called Friends of Southgate Park. And we don't have an HOA in Southgate, so the idea was that we felt we needed a voice to speak for the park, to get things done, to do whatever we can on our own to make things better. To advocate, to work with the city, to whatever we can to make our park the best park it can be. And I think it's great what you're all talking about here tonight. I guess as I mentioned to Drew earlier, I was hoping that when I saw on the agenda pest management that did not include our group, because sometimes we feel like pests when we're approaching Cindy and Drew about all of the things we would like to do in the park. And so I guess I want to just take this opportunity to thank Drew and Cindy and Karen, who has been really helpful and just giving us good advice, and just kind of reiterate kind of a theme that some of you have talked about, the fact that everything falls on staff. And I just feel like, some little things come up, and here I am conversing with the director of the department about some piddly little issue that I really feel like ought to be handled. Same with Cindy, that there just is nowhere to go with these small issues. So I sometimes I feel bad, but we're out there trying to do the best we can for our park, and we've gotten very good support, I have to say. So I don't know. I guess that's about it. I think in our case in Southgate, I want to invite you all to come over to the park if you ever want to see what we're trying to do. The problem is not trying to get volunteers to do things. We have plenty of that, and we have a all Southgate garage sale coming up in April to raise funds for the park. People are out there painting the benches on their own, all those kind of things. So I don't know if you've been to the park, we have all these galvanized planters that right now are full of weeds, and we have a plan in this spring to plant some pollinator-friendly, butterfly-friendly plants in those planters. So there's plenty of enthusiasm, plenty of people to help out. It's just, as I say, on our end, it's just more, wow, we feel like we're putting a kind of a burden on staff whenever we bring these things forward, although they don't respond to us in that way. So I guess, as you all know, every program you create puts more work on staff, and as mentioned earlier, sometimes get things started and volunteers leave and then things fall apart. But we're trying to keep things going there. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any additional comments, Commissioner Simmons?
Just thinking. Maybe it would be fun to do an event and have like food trucks come, or something that's kind of makes it feel like this fun, more lively kind of celebration of whatever park's chosen for the first park, and maybe even getting people from outside the neighborhood to come and, I wonder, I've never been to this park. Food trucks and some fun stuff for the kids, and whether it's like pick up soccer games or other lawn games that are going on, with whatever's decided, to do to help. But, just some way to kind of pull people in. And that's, you just ask them to show up. You don't have to pay them or anything. Just say, there's going to be people here. You can sell food. Hopefully you don't have to hire security guards. But, yeah, that's an idea I have.
I'm really glad to hear this, because I feel like we had a couple years that it was like Wickersham again. And it was because the organizations that wanted to help would notice something in Wickersham that they wanted to do, which was really lovely and really amazing. And then there was La Tercera that was never touched. So I do think it's amazing to work this way and be strategic about what parks we're focusing on. I want to call out that I agree with changing the name, because it's not necessarily parks, right? There's other ways of doing it too. And I'm sure this has been mentioned to you, Cindy, but sometime when I first joined the commission, there was a Lynch Creek. Do you remember that, Drew? A Lynch Creek cleanup? Maybe like 7 years ago. And that was a community event. Drew can speak more to it. Scott organized it. I don't know if you remember it, Drew.
Yeah, I mean, there was a Friends of the Lynch Creek Trail. That's always how it starts in Petaluma, right? But Friends of the Petaluma River was the kind of lead organization, and then there was an Interact Club of leadership students from the high school. I think that was the impetus to start, and then the city kind of put an event around those two.
And a lot of people came out. It was not just those organizations that did it, but it was a community-driven event around Lynch Creek, right near the community center, I believe. So just something to look back on, and what worked well then and what happened. So going away from Adopt a Park, because it could be a pathway, right? It could be something different. I agree, starting once or twice a year strategically when obviously sounds like Earth Day is great. Maybe something in the fall as well. Sharing it out with businesses, service groups, and schools would be amazing. This on a smaller level last month at the Bounty was the MLK Day of Service, and it was participants of all ages. And I really enjoyed seeing, 5-year-olds working side by side by, 75-year-olds. And there truly were opportunities for those 5-year-olds. They really thought about it ahead of time of what little kids could do to help. I mean, I think there was even like a 3-year-old there, what little kids could do versus older adults versus everyone in between. So it's an opportunity to be age friendly. And then Hannah, I just want to say to your point about the fairgrounds, which is totally fair. They have a lot going on. Our parks still have to be maintained, right? So if we can do this strategically and bring in extra hands to maintain the parks and support the parks, then maybe that takes pressure off of park maintenance staff in other ways. I mean, from what happened at the Bounty on that one day of service when like 50, 75 people were there, it would have taken staff all year to do what those volunteers did in that one day, right? So if we can have events like that where it takes pressure off of the staff, I actually think it could be more strategic than putting more work onto staff. Thank you.
Councilperson now.
I'm so glad that Jack Rhodes spoke up because I have been very proud of that neighborhood because they're doing exactly what we're talking about here. They came together with an idea. It had been flourishing when neighbors were there. Neighbors move away and then nobody picked it up. Jack contacted me a year ago, I think, as a liaison to the Parks and Recs as a new council person. And I met him out there and I photographed all the things, and they have a lot of challenges. They have too much water sometimes in the wintertime, and then broken pipes and other things that we had to establish. And there were purple pipes that were going into the planters. So there was more. So I would really like to see the media get behind this neighborhood and celebrate what they're already doing and totally, promote and publicize that fundraiser they're doing and what they're doing about maybe they can't have vegetables in those planters, but a pollinator garden. And we have Daily Axe, and who delivers the mulch. Is that who delivers the mulch? They did all the fire departments.
Daily Axe is the sheet mulching is definitely their jam. The city has a Mulch Madness program,
okay,
but that's for lawn conversion.
Okay,
I guess those are the two differences.
And then the other parks that are in neighborhoods, like Del Oro has quite a neighborhood that just from looking at the comments in the city's app, asking for water fountains to be turned on. It sounds like that neighborhood uses that park a lot, and they could use some communication. And just we could highlight one particular park each month and start with Southgate and celebrate the success of that neighborhood. And then the next month, highlight another park. And then and one community garden is on Sunrise Parkway. I pass it 2 or 3 times a week when I drive to Meadow School. And I am so impressed with how that little neighborhood has really always maintained that. And it's been there for 2 decades, I want to say. I don't know, over 10 or 15 years, that community garden on Sunrise. And then the other park that gets used a lot is by Meadow School. And those neighbors all come out, and I see our Dibble out there all the time, or our maintenance guys out there fixing the water fountain or something. So there's a lot of community that are having good positive things and feedback. And then now with the spring sports, I know my grandsons are on 2 different teams, and the teams are out there filling in gopher holes and and doing things. So we need to highlight a park a month, I think, and get it in the social media, get it in the newspaper, get it out there to the public. And I bet you people will say, we want to help. And then I know seniors have to do a project every, I think it's now called, not senior projects, capstone. And they're always looking for a project. And I think taking on a park might be wonderful, especially for a student who wants to go into that as a career. Park maintenance is a huge career, or what Drew's doing, or Cindy's doing.
You can have it.
So it's such a fun job, right? And it pays so well. So there's a lot of things that we can do to celebrate what the city is already accomplishing, because I know these families are stretched and they're thin. They have very little time, but I think that they would get behind a park if they knew that there was a need or other neighbors that would get involved. So anyway, that's my thank you, staff, for doing it, and Jack Rhodes and his Southgate neighbors, and getting behind all this. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I will just add a few things because I always have ideas. Is it true? Is it 50 parks that we have technically if you count like the pocket parks? I was doing some research recently.
Are you, if we count county parks?
Yeah. It's like
So
50
yeah,
parks
but you have
right
Helen, Putnam, and Tole, that would put us at 50, but those are, those are.
including the regional.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I agree that I think that if you go after this and be like once a month, I just don't know that you can build the systems. I guess when I think about this, it's a system thing of like somebody has to sit down and say, okay, a park might need to be painted. It might need to be swept. It might need to be mulched. Screws might need to be tightened. Do you know what I mean? Like having a list of what are the things in the past that people have done at a park and create some sort of a system so that you have a template that could possibly be replicated to each park. And so probably if we use Southgate as an example, you could start to create a template through there. That way, if you go, okay, then next quarter, we're going to do McDowell. You have some sort of a template, and then you can be like, oh, we forgot. Actually, this park has this extra thing that Southgate didn't have. But trying to create these templates that are, plug and play might be very helpful. I think there are so many Girl Scout troop and Boy Scout troops that I think easily you can get a trash pickup for every single park every month. I just think, but again, I think the key is the troops are formed in August or September. And then, so basically in August or September, you'd have to put all of the media out to these troops, which I don't think is that difficult to get, like the head regional troop leader. Google Docs sign up. There you go. Then you can have, okay, for the next year, we've got this taken care of. Maybe not in, July, but for most of the time. So I think that's kind of low hanging fruit there. Same thing with the Mothers Club. You could pick, if you guys know that there's a time where you always had mulch. I feel like I mulched like 8 parks when my kids were 2. So that type of thing, right? It's like, but anything that could make it repeatable so that then you can just, it's less about, it's less about the people coming and asking for things. You're like, you already have the template, that can be tweaked for each one. And then I think I had, the schools, the elementary schools that are close to parks, the upper elementary, like, grades 4, 5, and 6, that could definitely be something where they're capable of doing some things with a little bit of guidance. And then the last thing I would say, this still comes to like the amount of work that you all are doing, which is tremendous. And I think that it could offload, some stuff, but I think it has to be systematized if you're going to be successful. And I kind of like, if you're going to use the word park, priority parks. what's a priority this month, you know? So anyhow, that's my deal. Any other?
Just one quick thing. So the goal of this new program is not to supplement park maintenance, right? That's what I heard from Drew, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I
Like
think
it was in
it's
08.
not the overarching stated goal. In the Adopt a Park program, what we essentially were doing, we're reducing park labor and scrambling to try to find a program to supplement and get groups to commit to adopting a park for an annual basis. And you're going to do these pre-agreed terms. This more so is trying to put all that energy that we are going to spend trying to find and cater to, you know, a group that may be organized with 5 people, with 10 people, and more so that call to action to say, you know, come behind the curtain around what maintaining a park could look like. But some of the objectives are just to create more local kind of buy-in to those parks in those neighborhoods that are off those beaten paths. So we get to go ahead and start, I was hoping, to work with the commission to help kind of demystify, you know, like you said, those parks that are in those neighborhoods that just don't get volunteers, that just don't have them. So by getting ahead of it and say, hey, in this spring, we're going to take you to Eagle Park and go through this here are the signups, here's the things that we're going to do, and then activate that space and create community through that. Not necessarily trying to tell the community, you know, the parks that are going to be in need of service, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just like it would take load off staff, but staff's still going to have to be there to facilitate this. So it's not really going to free up the staff so they can deal with the
it is. I mean, there's no running around that it's a program. It's going to have to be managed. And then through the first couple events, it's usually a lot of learning too about how to get efficient. I think also what's different is, you know, we are behind the scenes with Relief on every one of the events too. And we've got to know, you know, pretty well what kind of works and what doesn't work. You know, you're going to get those high participation rates on Saturday when the weather's nice. So you just kind of know that going in, but maybe there's some opportunities where certain groups where you could do it on weekdays or weekday evenings where, you know, if you get ahead of it, it's much easier for staff to manage and schedule so we can help spread that load when it's not in the crux of a high mowing season or we've got to get out there and aerate. You know, we can have flexibility, not around Earth Day. You know.
Thank you.
Great questions.
Okay, so I think this closes out item number 1. Moving on to item number 2, the approval of minutes for the meeting of January 17th, 2024. Does anyone have any comments or changes to the minutes for January? No. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion?
I motion to approve the minutes from January meeting.
I second.
Great, thank you. The minutes for the meeting of January 17th have been approved. We are moving on to our public hearings and matters for consideration. Item number 3, the Integrated Pest Management Plan. We're going to review, discuss, and provide a recommendation to bring forward for City Council consideration on the draft update to the Integrated Pest Management Policy and Program. We have Patrick Carter here to take us off, along, of course, with some help from Drew.
Thank you, Chair. While Patrick gets the slides queued up, just want to tee up this item. It should not be a surprise to anyone. We're bringing back the IPM by popular demand. And just really quickly, we aren't going to delve into too much history tonight. I just want to kind of take people back to where we've evolved since January of last year. It was the January meeting when we presented the initial draft update to the city's 1999 Integrated Pest Management Plan. This is one of the city councils and communities stated top 10 priority initiatives. And what happened in January was collect some feedback. We presented a draft plan in the subsequent month, February of last year. At that time, this commission recommended to staff that there was voices we felt that needed to be amplified. There were some elements of the draft that we wanted to dive into, and it was the recommendation from the commission to get to work with staff via appointing an ad hoc subcommittee, which was formalized in March of last year. From March, the ad hoc subcommittee got to work, really started with reviewing draft plans from other municipalities that were elevated as having components of the draft that felt right for Petaluma, and several meetings with the ad hoc committee is with staff, tours of facilities, ultimately led to another draft update being presented in October. During that meeting, there was a subset of the golf community that came out and rightly expressed some of their needs and concerns with a shift as presented in the plan. So we spent some time between then and now learning a little bit more about golf course operations and updating the plan to reflect what we think is a model that kind of strikes that balance. So with that brings us to tonight. Excited to have Patrick Carter, the assistant to the city manager, here, and we're going to go through at a pretty high level what's changed, the reasons for that. It's going to look a little bit different as it did last time you saw it, but here to answer any questions. And tonight's goal, we are asking and seeking for a recommendation to move this forward to City Council. That can come with amendments or changes that this commission supports. So when we provide feedback, it's just really helpful for staff to track. We're looking for a majority of feedback. So we want to highlight other things that commissioner members have said. We're keeping score, and then we'll kind of do an overview. But at the end of all this, we are looking for a recommendation to move this forward for review at City Council. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you, Drew, and thank you, Commission members. I appreciate you having a special meeting to help accommodate us and get this in front of Council in the near future. They're anxious to hear about it and see it and get that policy enacted and have us moving forward. I mean, a lot of the things that contained in there we're already doing, but to actually have that put into policy and something we can point back to and something that doesn't need to be reinvented in the future. It's just part of the policy and part of the standard operating procedure. That's the prize. That's the goal that we're looking for on this. And this feels a little bit like reporting back what you did over winter break. But what we did is we met with the golf course, as Drew said. There was a lot of public concern and about how the policy would interact with the golf course. We did the listening, including with the ad hoc. And also we looked at how this policy is similar to other policies that the city is trying to create, where you have kind of the high level, really foundational aspects of it as policy that's adopted by the council, and then you have the implementation piece that's more of a living document that's being implemented by staff and can change on a more consistent basis. And we'll go into that a little bit. So just the overview here that you've heard many times. This integrated pest management plan would apply to all the roads and associated right-of-ways, our many, many acres of open space and parks, the airport, the golf course, which is owned by the city but leased to a private company to operate. It would apply to other leases as well. Our landscape and lighting assessment districts, our water recycling facility, and all of our other city facilities, and what we're calling the urban landscapes that are around them. So it's not just landscaping in the traditional sense, it's what's just around the perimeter of the building and how we're treating that space. So as I kind of hinted at, and hopefully it's apparent in the document itself, probably one of the biggest changes is the formatting of the document. It's not necessarily the content, though we've made some highlight by adding appendices to kind of make some aspects of it pop. But there's the first page of the document is the policy, and that really guides the program, how we do the implementation of our integrated pest management program. So the policy is higher level, it's foundational, it kind of sets those goals that should be not changing too much. These are kind of what we've heard from the community are important to them and what they want to see, regardless of how things, new practices, new methodology for controlling pests, new products come out. The kind of guiding star of how we approach pest management shouldn't change that much. We're looking at using the least toxic methods. We're trying to do the safest methods first, and then having thresholds for when we kind of go down the steps into something that is a little more intense. So that policy kind of decision is something that we see as being pretty static. It doesn't change much over time. But the other bullet there, the program, how we implement that policy is something that we see changing fairly regularly as new operational methods come out, as we develop new processes for managing pests, new products come out, all that stuff. Exemptions are applied for. Those are all listed, daylighted, and the public is able to see what those are, where they're occurring, and what the magnitude of that exemption is. So trying to really increase that transparency so that the public can be have that assurance that we're following that policy. So straight out of the policy is the purpose statement, and that is to establish an integrated pest management program that preserves and protects city resources while minimizing risks to human health and the environment resulting from pest establishment, damage, and control. That didn't change, but we just want to make sure that everybody understands that that is kind of the purpose. That's why we're all here. That's kind of like the really high level goal for this program. Our policy elements, as I've already kind of laid out, we follow the widely accepted principles of integrated pest management, which includes using the least toxic pest control methods, including no action. There could be thresholds out there for pests that we just decide that it's not risen to the level of something that we need to deal with. It's something that, we just tolerate. But then once that threshold is exceeded, then we go down the list of other control methods, and chemicals would be on that list as a last resort. And by default, those chemical methods would be organic. It'd follow the organic standard. The other major element of the policy, as we've presented it, is the discontinuation of synthetic pesticides. Now, I think we've heard from community groups that while they would prefer there be no exemptions, that they understand that there is a need in some circumstances, like in terms of health and human safety, or potentially losing a building or causing a hazardous condition, that there's an understanding that there would be exemptions. And I think some of the feedback we received before was really daylight those, really flesh those processes out. And so you'll see in the policy, there's the exemption form, which is location specific, and frequency, duration specific as well. So if there is an exemption applied, all the information about where it will be, in addition to all the signage that goes around in the actual location where it will occur, there's this form that can be, the information of that can be shared on our website. So anybody interested, wanting to know where that's happening and when, can easily find that information. So there are as I mentioned, the policy is not intended to be something that changes frequently, but the program, how we implement it, is. So the policy describes that there will be these 5 elements of the program, and that will include, the approved integrated pest management control methodology. So these are like default things. So you can see in there, there's like sealing cracks to prevent weeds from growing in it. A lot of things that these are non-invasive, not even sometimes even chemical related. So that's one element. So those are the things that are by default allowed. The prohibited products and processes are listed in there. So this kind of covers the, things that are banned by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Those things are not allowed, and the processes, as defined in the document, those would not be allowed in there, unless there's an exemption. So if there's, the policy says anything that's banned by the U.S. EPA, that's not allowed for exemption. But there are some synthetic processes that could be allowed for exemption, and that in that document it describes that process. It lists the form in the appendix, and also in that IPM program would list those exemptions. So if people want to go to the source and find out what's happening right then, they can always look in that program, which will, as I mentioned, list on our website, and see what those exemptions are. The policy also describes that there needs to be a program for reporting of this information and the transparency related to that. So shifting gears to the program itself, it references all those 5 elements I just discussed from the policy as the guiding principles for that program. So it's the roadmap for how staff achieves those policy goals. And again, this program is intended to be a living document. So we're constantly monitoring for pests, evaluating the effectiveness of our treatment processes. And I think implicit in that is if we find that there's a better practice out there, then we're shifting gears to be more effective. And then we're also reporting what we're doing, making sure that we're celebrating our successes and just letting the public know the magnitude of this program. So since the last draft was presented, as we mentioned, we've broken it out into a policy document and the program document. We've recognized that the integrated pest management at golf courses is unique, and that location would be subject to the exemption process. And we've included the kind of beginnings of a threat matrix and location information. So that's the threat matrix was something that Councilmember Shribs alluded to when we were talking about goals and priorities a year ago. And that's basically, these are the types of pests that we expect to see, and it's localized to Petaluma. These are the kind of pests we expect to see in Petaluma, and these are the methods that we would use to control them. So in terms of next steps, after we receive the feedback from the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission, and as Drew mentioned, if it's, we think this, that, and the other thing needs to change, that's great. We'll take that into account, and we make the promise as staff that we will accurately convey any feedback that the RMPC conveys to council when we bring it to them. And that'll be part of our presentation. And then ultimately, we'd be looking for council to decide on whether this policy represents what they believe is best for the community. And if so, then start going forward with the implementation, which the next step would be getting that coordinator designated. The coordinator would really help all of our staff with the training and development needed to be effective in this ongoing basis, looking at industry best practices, sharing that information with both staff and the public, really kicking into high gear the education related to this program, and would be responsible for any reporting related to this program. And, beyond, once the program's kicked off and running, we're continually looking for ways to improve the program and also making sure that it's sustainable long-term. So that kind of continuous improvement model would apply here. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions and receive any feedback from the commission, and really appreciate the long work that the commission has done on this subject. Heard it a number of times, and really want to thank the ad hoc members, only one of which is here today, but Marianne, really appreciate her contributions as well. I actually really enjoyed the process working with the ad hoc on this subject, and really appreciated the thoughtfulness of the ad hoc. So thank you for your service, and ready to open it up for questions.
Okay, so we'll start with clarifying questions before we go on to public comment and then our comments. Commissioner, no? Any clarifying questions? Councilperson now?
Thank you. This will be going to council, but I was wondering if there is something in place so that after a year of the IPM policy is in place, can we get feedback from staff on a yearly report, maybe on how it was successful in this area, it needs improvement in this area, it's going to cost us more money, we went over budget? What is the report process after we put it in place?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there's a mechanism. Sorry to just jump in there, Drew, but there's definitely a mechanism for reporting to council on an annual basis. I think that the document itself and the website that we maintain is going to be kind of as close to real time as we can get on it. But I definitely see there being a check-in with council, at least on an annual basis, to make sure that we celebrate the successes, if nothing else, of this program, and try to share the lessons learned.
And I'd like to also see it brought back to this commission too, and to our community for education and outreach, because they see somebody spraying and they are immediately send an anonymous letter accusing the worst. So I would like to see some community outreach too, and either before we put it in place or after a year, and say how well it's doing. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to just real quick comment on that. Appreciate the question. One of the things we heard too from this citizen working group from the beginning is this level of transparency, building that in to the policy so that you're immediately have an avenue that you can go to not just get pesticide application records, which the city is required to do every year, but where do those go? Don't have to go in and submit information requests to get that information, but get ahead of it, and more so talk about through an online website, once we have a program in place, to get out and educate folks on what are those control methods that the city's currently doing or using, or the operators at a golf course, or the groups that managing open space. And then where, if any of those exemptions, where were they offered, right? And why? And so to keep that in real time updating, so it's reporting, but it's like that education piece, hands in hands, that we haven't done yet. Essentially our program has been, organic, by neglect, right? Because we're essentially prohibiting ourselves from spraying. So we're looking forward to going on offense and putting out there the information that we are doing. And so you don't have to, where to look for it. That's the goal. Yep.
That's great.
I just also wanted to jump in there and maybe we can add specificity. Section 5 of the program, the fourth bullet there, description of IPM activities and estimated costs in acres managed using all methods shall be presented in an annual report to document IPM program achievements and trends over time. I think we expected that would be something that would go to council, but if that's feedback that the RMPC wants to give us to make that explicit, we can do that.
And I think with the updates to the commission, I think with an IPM coordinator, whether that's staff, consultant, we don't know what that looks like, but that's a big responsibility of that coordinator is the staff development. So bringing an update to the commission is, I think, very appropriate, and it probably won't just be here. It'll be a tree committee and be back and climate action and et cetera.
Because I know that I'm the liaison to the airport, and they do the application, and then they bring it back to the commissioners to let them know that it was done that month. And if we see purple, it's not someone doing graffiti. It's that's what is left behind when they do the application. So they let the commissioners know, and then I liaison it to the city council. But it would be helpful for parks, which is much bigger, to have that report made to the council and to the public.
Thank you. I think my only clarifying question, I think, Drew, you just answered, which was there still isn't a definition of what type of role the IPM coordinator is going to be in terms of hours, part-time, full-time, someone on staff that gets the certification. Just no info there.
Yes, and I think where we landed was, I guess it's evolved from where we started, but the recommendation a year ago, what it looks like in jurisdictions is it's at least about a 30% of a full-time employee. So I think the best thing that we can do and what we're prepared to do is when we have the project components nailed down, then we can determine how best those hours shake out, whether it's a consultant for the first year, whether it's a staff with a skill set that we may already have on, because we've grown our ranks in the last year too. So we don't have that person pegged yet, but what we've done is moved away from a fully one FTE to a subset job description that we appoint them an IPM coordinator with these credentials or certifications that we establish after we have the program. And that first year, they bring it back to update how we implement, how we report, how do we develop, how do we do outreach. So yes, we've been thinking about it, we've been kicking it around, but we know it's going to land right around that to start about a 30% of a full-time week. Yep.
Okay, thanks. Moving on to public comment. Clerk, I believe we had one public comment. Is that correct? Online?
Yes, and it was distributed to the commission members prior to the meeting.
Great. Yes, Susan Kirks, we got your comment. Thank you. And we do not have any citizens here right now, so there is no public comment in person. So let's go to commissioner comments. Commissioner Greenspan.
Thank you. I'm glad to see this again. We've seen it so many times, but it's really important work, and I am just glad that it was given the appropriate time and consideration. And thank you to our ad hoc commissioners for their service and their time. I know that it was a really big commitment, so glad that it's finally going to go out into the world, hopefully. I am encouraged by kind of that increased transparency and, like you said, the daylighting of certain things, in particular the exemptions. And I'm so glad that there were meetings with all the stakeholders, including, Rooster Run. And I really, those are really my comments are limited, but I just do want to say thank you, and thank you to the community for all of their input and hard work. And I mean, so many community members really put a lot of thought and effort into this as well, to make it what it is. So in giving feedback to the ad hoc and to staff. So it's appreciated. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons?
Hi, I actually had a clarifying question. The financial aspect of this is coming from City Council, correct?
Short answer is yes.
Long answer is
Long answer is it may come back as we implement, but we know what we're going to need roughly for staffing costs for the position. But outside of that, Parks and Rec can control some of it, but you've got Public Works, you've got operators that work on contract that may take a cycle of awarding contract till we can get those costs. So the answer is yes, it's coming to City Council. It'll have to be as they approve the budget, but we may not have that full fleshed out budget when we implement because we're halfway through cycles and programs. So after a year, that'll be the interesting thing is, what were those costs that came back from the contractors? What were those exemptions that we saw through? How did we change the maintenance techniques or practices per the direction of the IPM coordinator? That'll be really interesting to see where we are in about a year, I would say.
And I think the good news is we aren't having to change our practices much right now. We're basically in compliance with the IPM as is. But if we want to look at changing the level of service, that's kind of where it comes in. And then all the new roles of the IPM coordinator, that's kind of the big change. So hopefully it's not drastic changes to maintain the status quo at least.
okay. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. I'm so proud that we are here after 6 years, I think. 6 years, my first commission meeting. So thank you to staff. I know how much work this was and involving the community and whatnot. So thank you for all your work and our ad hoc hugely stepping up. We don't typically have an ad hoc committee in this capacity. And so it's really amazing that the two of you stepped up. So thank you. I'm glad we're here.
Councilperson Now, any more comments?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm pleased that we're going in this direction. And after spending the day in my own garden and pulling weeds and invasive plants, and my allergies are driving me nuts, I totally understand that it's better to pull those weeds by hand and not use the chemicals and protect our environment. So I want to thank everybody who had something to do with this. And I think Petaluma as a community is going to be benefited by it all.
Great. I don't have any comments on this. I'm super happy with how it's been planned. I haven't been here as long as Megan, but I've seen this a few times now, so it's good. And then thank you to Commissioner Berticelli and Hannah, because I know it was a lot of work. So I think the expertise and the package between the two of you, I think, was really great for this ad hoc. So thank you very much. And with that, I think this closes out this item.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeking a recommendation if any commissioner is willing to put a motion forward. We didn't track any major changes, so if there's any last minute things that you wanted to second, then we can add that as we take it forward. But yeah, that's the recommendation we're seeking for tonight.
I motion that we move forward the integrated pest management plan.
And I second.
Okay, then we are moving this on to City Council. Fantastic.
You have to say aye.
Oh, do we need an actual
I
vote?
think we saw unanimous, but yeah, we think we can put you all on record or wave a hand and the clerk can reflect it's a unanimous vote. Yep, appreciate it. Thank you.
Sometimes the formalities just roll right past me. I was so excited about it. Okay. Then that closes out all of our items for this evening. We're going to move on to committee or commissioner comments. You know what? I'll start with Councilwoman now.
Okay, well, the city council meeting, we talked about our top 10 goals and priorities. And let me give you an example: the downtown trestle, downtown bathrooms, parking regulations, the urban growth boundary, the cannabis, fairgrounds, dredging of the river, safe streets, open space, and there's more, but we're just trying to narrow down the top 10 and that we want to put our energy and everything into. And Earth Day is the Butter and Eggs Day parade. It's April 20th this year. So History Week will be the Saturday before, with the kickoff with the Good Egg, to the April 20th. So everybody needs to get involved in the Butter and Eggs Day parade. There's lots of opportunities to have a entry or a booth. So, and they're looking for lots of volunteers to hold up those signs too, the sign carriers. So there's lots of opportunities to volunteer for Better Next Day and promote parks. Oh, and my parks look great.
Mm-hmm. Great. All right. Commissioner Kelly.
So at the museum, the Black History exhibit is up and it's thriving. So if you haven't checked it out, go and check it out. I'm really excited to announce that we now have a full-time executive director. Stacy actually is incredible. I feel very proud that we were able to move her to full-time in less than a year. I think it was 7 months since we hired her on as part-time. We're still looking for money from the city, so don't think that that's off the table there. We still need that money, but it was chicken before the egg of we needed her in a full-time capacity so that we could move forward in our fundraising and in our communications with the city and whatnot. So don't think that we're not going to keep asking. And I think I said it last month, but I'm going to say it again. Rachel has been a great addition to the museum board. She's serving as liaison. She is quick moving, very responsive. We miss Kevin. Kevin loved history. Kevin loved the museum too. But it's been really seamless having Rachel step in. So it's been nice having her. And that's all I have.
Commissioner Simmons?
I have so many things. It was nice to see Drew out taking a soil sample at McNear Park. I think Drew probably thinks I'm stalking him. I'm not. I swear I live around the corner. Wish that could have been done sooner, because I think the timeline that was promised to the baseball community is much different than the new timeline that is happening. Because it was like, we need a week of dry weather, and we've had weeks. We've had snippets of dry weather. Beautiful days. So I don't know. I told everyone just probably next year it will happen. And Petaluma National held the first event at the fairgrounds. And that was an experience of lots of scrambling and piecing things together. I understand that we were definitely the guinea pigs for Parks and Rec, being that it was the first event there, but two garbage cans to feed 700 people is what was left to us in the building. And when we called and said there's no garbage cans in the bathroom, we were told there was one put in between the men's and women's bathroom, and then one in the actual hall. There's Wi-Fi in the building. No one has any passwords, but it's like, it's there, it's up and running. I think the thing that was frustrating is we didn't get the contract until about 2 weeks before the event, and there was all these hidden things that hadn't been discussed prior to, but at that point it's like you can't scramble and find a new event space. We were able to pull it all together and found garbage cans around the fairgrounds property and lined them and returned them, and did all that. I don't know if they belong to 4th District Ag or the city. It's kind of, don't know where those one piece begins and the other ends, but it looked like fair, you know. It had all the cow bins in there and cages and stuff. But it was an experience. But the kids all had a blast, and no one knew what we had dealt with that day as trying to set it up and being like, oh my God, this isn't here. This is like, there's no garbage cans. We're feeding 700 people. That was probably like the biggest, just like oversight, I guess, which I don't know. Anyways, that's all. It was a great event. It was crazy until it started, but we were able to pull it through. So, yeah. Oh, and then having the lights on the concourse when you have events at night so people can see when they're walking to their cars, and there's small children everywhere. I think that was about it, but it was super clean when we got in there. I think we left it pretty clean. Janitor crew came in, so we didn't have to sweep or anything, but yeah, it was fun. I think Flintstones theme next year, because it's very Flintstonesy. But yeah, that's just my feedback, and I know it's a new acquisition for Parks and Rec, and probably one that maybe they didn't want to have to take on from the city because they're already so strapped with staff and everything, and I'm sure this feedback will help them for the next event. So, yeah. Parks look good. Everything's green and beautiful, and the weather's been beautiful, and that's been so nice, even though it's supposed to rain again.
Mm-hmm. Stormageddon. That's what I hear anyhow. Commissioner Greenspan.
Thank you. I was going to say that, yeah, the parks look, just as they're drying out, that we're going to see some soggy parks. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe the gophers that have decided to emerge everywhere will take a hike, because there's very active in a few of the parks. There's very, very active gophers right now. So, but I know staff is working hard on that, and I'm hoping that the contractor is also working really hard on that. I am also curious what the status of Parks Master Plan is, and when that is going to be on the agenda, or just in our thoughts, and yeah, when we're going to get to talk about that. So just wanted to highlight that. And I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, that leaves me. Let's see. PBAC's meeting was on the active transportation plan, which we got to see. PBAC, we saw it a few times, so there isn't much of an update there, other than we'd already seen it as well. Parks are good. There's been a lot of tree work going on, left, right, and center. You can mulch so many parks now. If we just had the volunteers, see me with my sense of humor. But I know, call the PMC, man. But no, that's been great, especially along, I don't know what that corridor is, along Washington Street. Like, they're taking down a lot of trees there that I've always worried that are going to fall. Actually, one did fall, but it did not hit a house during one of the storms. So that's great to see. I am also going to piggyback. I think the Parks Master Plan might be, like, you know, Megan's thing is the IPM. I think mine's going to be the master plan. So you might get me for another 4 years, Drew. But I was super disappointed with these goals and priorities. Parks Master Plan isn't on that. And it almost made it the last time, but it was like, I don't know, number 12 or something, but it didn't make it up. And I understand, I'm going to try to keep this short and simple, but as we just saw, 480 acres of open space, 47 parks, there's 4 to 5 more open space acquisitions planned.
And the fairground.
No, hold on. We have no current plan. We're going to take 4 to 5 more open spaces, but yet there's a master plan going to be had for the fairgrounds. And every other city in this county has a parks master plan. And we have way more space. So it is befuddling to me. I don't understand it. I didn't get my letter off in time. Are you guys finished on voting on this?
Oh, yeah, but you can, well, there's a first reading and a second reading.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm still going to send it.
Send it.
Yeah, I just couldn't get it off.
We have our first reading, and then there's a second reading.
Yeah.
So you can always do public comment.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that it's going to change. I think it's just going to be the constant cog in the wheel of if we had a parks master plan, I think that we would get more funding because we would actually see the scope of what's taken. From what I understand, not that things are cheap, but it isn't going to be that much money for the bang of the buck that we would get. But also, I think that it kind of does put, it lets the citizens know that we do take the open space seriously and that we could really, take accountability for the things that need to happen. And that would be a huge accounting there. So you guys, everybody in Parks and Rec is working their tail off, but a lot of the times it seems like we don't have that path forward. And if we keep on taking more land, we don't even have a parks planner either. And so a parks master plan could at least allocate, hey, we need 2 parks planner for the city of Petaluma. So anyhow, that's my my comment, AKA rant on parks master plan. Speaking of garbage cans, I don't know, this is an actual question. Are the farmers markets part of recreation? Like, is Parks and Rec a part of that? Why not? Hey, I'm trying to be positive and give constructive feedback.
So, farmers market is
a
community event. The market is run over a state association of agricultural organizations. So it's a city partner. But we issue permits for the space and work with them.
Okay, just one thing that I've noticed it a few times, but because we had the special meeting and I happened to be there on Tuesday, there are 2, not to be funny about it, but there were only 2 garbage cans and they were only at one end. So you have this long row and everybody has food and samples and there's no trash cans and there's just trash everywhere. And so that was it was just a very interesting thing to witness. And there's no seating. When you get your food, you have nowhere to sit unless you buy your food from What a Chicken because they're smart and they bring their table. But if you don't, if you get Belfair, you can't sit there. So I don't know if that's something to pass on to them because it is sort of part of Parks and Rec. Okay. Drew, what kind of comments do you have for us?
Lost my cohort here, I feel like. Oh, good. Patrick, we're going to cue you up. No, thank you for the comments. I think I'll start with the Parks Master Plan. Yeah, the goals and priorities, Monday night was the update. So it is kind of that first bite at the apple. And what it did was present back the existing kind of goals and priorities. And it was presented back in a different way, which was, here we tried to add these categories of, hey, these are policy initiatives, these are kind of programs, these are capital. And so we can try to start creating some buckets for people to try to look at, because when you present the 10 and then you really start attaching work plans and staff to those, you're starting to see that it touches a lot of the big initiatives or policies touch 5 or 6 departments, but the capitals may be under one. So that was kind of the interesting part as we kind of presented that back. And then there was the second part of the discussion, which was very interesting, was, hey, these are the other things over the last 2 years that have come up that staff are working on. There's this fairgrounds. There's a general plan update. These are some things that aren't discretionary. They're in front of you, but we have to deal with them, or we get the opportunity to deal with them. And so these still take, not just staff resources, but it needs to be talked about, because if we're have any discretion to make adjustments, we want to know and have this conversation now, because in April, I think 15th, we take it back, and what was heard last night is presented back, and then there's some action and discussion on kind of where are we going, what are we heading. So if there's going to be new legislative priorities that are put on, what comes off? What should we be working on first? But a lot of it is kind of sequencing, and what was really different is capital projects are going to have their own kind of prioritization, because it's hard to put a capital project up in a top 10 without looking at all of the capital projects. And so, the trestle, for example, it's in everything. It's not a city-owned property, but most people associate with that a capital project. So how does that stand up next to, a main sewer line replacement or a complete street? So that was kind of my take on Monday night. It was a long marathon meeting, but a lot of it was just presenting back kind of the updates from 2021 to 2023. A lot's changed, but this is what we've been kind of updating on. With the Parks Master Plan, it is, such a valuable tool, and the resources right now, the same departments that would touch that are your general plan update. So we've got to, as a city, push that forward out. It needs to go out in front of any master plan that follows. That's kind of been our marching orders. But we've also have a few other competing plans right behind it too. So we have to kind of keep it on the forefront as a priority. But I think there's other master plans that are waiting in the wing too, that once the general plan is implemented, then that frees up staff from the community development department, from your community engagement department, from your legal, from your city management, Patrick's time. So those are going to be the resources that we can't go out and conduct an effective community engagement to do a master plan without a full city effort. That's really what it's going to take. So that's just the update. Appreciate all the comments about the master plan. It's definitely been on my radar since I started here, but I know many in the commission on this board, it's more than that. So we'll continue to champion it.
And the general plan is done in 2025.
We've got to keep making sure that happens. But
can I ask you a
adopted.
clarifying question on that?
Yes.
Though? So with the, I understand that it's city time, but isn't it going to be a consultant that's going to be hired? And so, in terms of forming that, a consultant group is hired, and then what you're saying is it takes so much staff to maybe answer the questions of the consultant. Does that make sense? Does my question make sense? Is that what you're saying, that it's so much work that way?
Yeah, I mean, authentic community engagement is what we're doing with the general plan, and that's all of our staff that are providing inputs so that the consultant essentially project manages, but you're still engaging everyone to help you establish even the scope to write a Parks and Recreation master plan. There's a lot of community engagement just to do that. What should we be trying to? What are our objectives? Should we be trying to solve? We can start that effort, and but yes, you don't hand these off to a consultant. This is our plan. This is our strategic vision for our parks. But yes, consultants are part of your team that help kind of quarterback it. But with the general plan, it's all we're all focused on providing inputs to the consultant, providing engagement, coming to see committees and commissions, getting input, and then drafting, redrafting, going back out. What did we do right? What do we miss?
And that general plan, is the general plan until 2050, right? Or what is the date of that?
Yeah, I think it's General Plan 2050, right?
For 2050. I mean, the reason why, I don't know if this is helpful for you guys, but it helps me to understand, okay, I understand you can't put a cart before the horse, but it's almost like you have, I'm sure when we're all project managing things, it's like you have things that are urgent and then you have things that are important. And this is very important, but because it's not urgent, it keeps going under and going under. And then we find ourselves in the situation, with like, say, the boilers at the pool, you know what I mean? Where or how do we add another park? Or wait a minute, we didn't think about this with that park. You know what I mean? So just from that standpoint of like the urgent versus important, this is extremely important. And I just see that it sinks and sinks and sinks because there's other bigger problems around it. And I think the help of understanding the general plan, this falls within that. I don't think I really understood that this falls under the general plan. But, if it's 2049 and I'm still pushing, I'm not going to joke. But that's very helpful. Thank you.
Can I jump in?
Yes, and I'll just, before I forget
Okay.
this too, there's other elements too that are going to help inform our master plan, and the tree preservation ordinance is another one. With the integrated pest management and the tree preservation ordinance, where other plans in 2021 through 2023 goals and priorities, those made it out ahead of the master plan as well, and that's on track, as well as the IPM, to get those through to closure. So those I think will all help pave the way. I didn't want to lose sight of that. Tree preservation ordinance, integrated pest management, they are related more so because it's the same groups of departments that are working on those legislative priorities, but those also help inform what you're going to do with your master plan, because you don't have to carve out scopes to tackle those issues.
I just wanted to mention that I was privileged to be on the general plan as a council member for our current general plan. So I've been through this rodeo once before, and I get to do it again. And that 25 years goes by really fast. It's amazing how fast it goes. But we have some open space acquisition properties, I guess you call it, possibilities coming on board, which is a property called Cedar Grove, which was a homeless encampment, but it actually has tribal roots to, is it Grayton? I think it's Grayton Rancheria tribe. And so it has some tribal roots, so we could have a real diversity type park in our city, but we don't know. There's no access, so there's a lot of moving parts to it right now. To have access for the public, we'd have to remove a house, and we have a homeless problem, and a housing problem. So, how do you justify moving a house? We also have La Cresta, which is behind the high school, and that's a possibility for open space. We have the Kavanaugh Landing. It's a little tiny strip next to the river, and there's a possibility of expanding it along the riverbank above the docks. And we also have reimagining the seniors services. Our senior population is growing so fast, and we need to think ahead. In the next 25 years, there's probably going to be a more populated senior population than there is preschoolers and toddlers. And we have to think about building parks for our senior population. And there's an extremely need for a bigger senior center and expanding it to 7 days, which is one of my biggest lobbying efforts with the city, is getting that senior center to provide services and a place for seniors to go 7 days a week, which is huge for their social, because this is a group of our community that is growing and has lots of needs. So that's just my 2 cents to add on to Drew's director's report. Thanks.
Great. Here we go. Yes. So a couple of capital improvement parks related project updates. We have a date to close the Petaluma Community Sports Field baseball project out. We are bringing that to council on March 18th to close that project. That is beyond exciting for us. It just kind of coincides with the start-ish of baseball season, exactly how we timed it. So we're going to take credit for that. But we'll want to talk to this commission about a first pitch opening ceremonies that I'd mentioned, but I can celebrate that date, March 18th, where we bring it to council and close the project. So we're going to be opening that up to field use, and then we'll want to have an event and publish that, and hopefully you all can be there for it. We also have the Park Access Pathway Improvement Project that was approved at the first part of the year. We are scheduling some pre-construction meetings with the contractors. It's looking like we don't have a date to start mobilizing for that project, but if you remember, this is interior pathways at McDowell, La Tercera, and a section at McNear. So we probably going to get that date in April, and so that'll be mobilized. Don't know if which park will go first. I think we'll have that pre-con meeting here next week and give some updates as soon as we have, as far as timelines and what we can expect at those 3 parks. But very excited about that project to be kickstarted in the spring. Couple of program updates. Eagerly awaited camp registrations open up March 1st, 8 o'clock in the morning. So we don't have to wait up till midnight. I know a lot of folks did that, just a sign of the times of how hard it is to get into camps program. So help spread the word. We're going to open registration at 8 a.m. so you can have your cup of tea and register for camps right away. And please encourage folks to register quickly because camps do book out pretty quick. Cindy was here. We were taking some course samples out there. So Cindy's going to talk to you all. We're excited to come back and show essentially what we're partnering with Osborne Organics on piloting some parks for or an organic turf management program. So McNear Park with many issues that you guys are all aware of, gophers being surely one of them, but the conditions of the turf, the demand for the multi-use areas of those, it's unique. The soils at McNear is going to be different than Prince. So we're taking a few parks. We're doing some sampling. We're going to come up with a program to pilot, and we're going to kind of throw everything that we can at it. And then set some benchmarks and some expectations on what we expect to see, and then we monitor as we go. But the goal here is to improve the soil health, make it more resilient, make it more organic, and then we'll be reporting back on that program pretty soon. But it was still pretty wet out there, but we're going to get there. Fairgrounds update. I wanted to comment on a couple of the questions or the comments made. We want to thank the Petaluma National Little League for being that first guinea pig type event. I want to commend staff efforts. I think very few people realize when we city assumed property on January 1st, we had very little to work with from prior management who essentially taken as much of the equipment, if not more, out of the buildings and facilities. So in relatively short order, creating a registration policies and packet that reflect what we can do there, having buildings inspected, getting custodial, getting facilities, work order tickets up there, working with the tenants on some sustainability there, going through the deep cleans, fixing HVAC so we can heat the centers. It's just been a remarkable thing to watch, and definitely want to apologize for not having enough reuse there for you all, but want to commend your group kind of working with us every step of the way. The carnival was another event that was held in that front lot, and then we now have a judo program as of this week, also on the fairgrounds. So after the first kind of 4 to 6 weeks where just really learning every day something new, it's really exciting to start seeing some activity on the property in those community spaces, absent of the tenants that are currently there. So just want to thank the group, because I know it wasn't just you. There was a lot of other folks that helped make that happen, and continuing to grow and make the process smoother. But you're going to go down in history as the first. So thank you. That's it for my updates, unless I missed anything. Thank you again for all the thoughtful comments tonight on both issues and items, and for making the time to meet for a special meeting. So appreciate y'all.
Great. Thank you, Drew. And with that, our meeting is adjourned.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.